Hello, Quint. Huh. So somebody is visiting a page that I guess they translated to Russian. And so it shows up as Russian on here. What the heck? That behavior surprises me from this widget. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink. Hello, hello. You know what? Maybe I should annoy social media about streams. I haven't done that in a while. So, just as a reminder to people to not get too comfortable and that my account will spam them like all the other ones do. All right. If I press Shift Enter, there we go. Hello, YouTube people. Okay, let's make this window bigger while we're working on this. Holy shit. Uh, okay, let's see how we're doing. LinkedIn unauthorized. Fucking LinkedIn. So fucking Twitter and LinkedIn. Of course, they have to suck. Okay, there we go. Uh, okay. So, where was I? Where I when I left this stuff 2 days ago? I was about to put to upgrade Zine to new Ziggy, but turns out that the thing that I thought would not take that long in Ziggy took definitely longer. I'm talking about the Zig type schema slash schema checker, or rather, the thing that maps Zig types to schemas and validates them for compatibility. It took a little bit longer to write, but the good news is that I am um, extremely happy with how that stuff came out because it is complete. Uh, there are lots of parts of Ziggy, or well, frankly, all my projects where it's like, oh yeah, this is fine for now. There's still much more stuff to do, but incremental improvements, bit at a time. I'll circle back to it and make it better eventually. Not with the schema checker. That bad boy is exactly entirely fully what it needs to be, nothing more, nothing less. Of course, if I change the semantics of Ziggy schemas, I'll have to update also the piece of code. But as things stand today, it is absolutely pristine. So delighted by it. No notes on my end, essentially. So, um, what is the state of things now? I did a lot of more testing. I triggered a compile error. There was a part um of the special types that I provide with Ziggy. So Ziggy.dynamic essentially. It had a piece of it that was not it's giving us a compile error because we were never exercising it. Now we are through tests. So it's complaining at us, rightfully so. So essentially what I'm gonna do is fix this and then essentially start working on Zine. So it's gonna be this is gonna be very quick for real, I think. And so then we're gonna go to Zine, and then yeah, we publish a new Zine build, and then I need to do some work on the language server for Ziggy because there was one regression that was not easy to fix, and I fear that the way I designed certain things was not um was not optimal. But in any case, we'll see. So let's fix this. So dynamic.zig 104. Let me swap these two guys around. So line 104, there's an enum case that doesn't exist anymore. So we're talking about a enum. So we're trying to see an enum token which doesn't exist because it's an identifier. Enums are identifiers. And if we see an identifier, we should return an enum. Hmm. What? How is union defined? Oh no. Yeah, sorry, there's some noise. Um, huh. I think there is something wrong in the way we are defining unions and enums here. I'm kind of thinking that um enum maybe shouldn't exist, and maybe it should be just union with an optional payload. Maybe it should be a union with an optional payload, huh? Ha ha ha. That wouldn't be a particularly big change. Mm, that being said, you know what? I think it might not be a bad idea to just get more mileage out of this enum. You know what? We're not gonna touch it. For now, this stays where it is. Let's see if we fix our build error. Either we didn't or there's more. Has no member identifier. Oh, identifier. Oh wait, there's already an identifier case. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. I did this. I did this to myself. So the problem is that when you just see an identifier, you don't know, you don't know what you should try to deserialize it as. Is so you have no context around you. You see an identifier. Is that a struct field or is that an enum? Well, it depends on a few things, right? So it let's say that by default it should be an enum. I'm gonna put this up here. And I'm gonna put this below union. The problem is, well, oh fuck. I think identifier needs to be its own case. Hello, Phil. I think it needs to be its own case. So it should be like this. We need more logic around this essentially. So if top level and d dot GPA meta option source tokenizer dot peak. Bro, don't tell me that you don't have peak. You motherfucker. It only has next. This son of a bitch. It doesn't have peak. Did you see the UTF-8 Ziggy issue? No, I haven't. I'll be honest. These encoding stuff right now is something that I'm not paying too much attention to. So I haven't seen the issue. So you know what? I'll take a look at the issue in a moment. But as a general preliminary comment, this encoding stuff is obviously irrelevant, but not something that I'm focusing on precisely right now. If this is about guaranteeing this, that strings are UTF-8 encoded, um, hey, Bifragel, hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for the resub. 70 months. Holy shit. Good afternoon to you as well. So, as I was saying, if this is about strings being UTF-8 encoded, um, I believe that that is not something that I wanted to do. Although this might be something that I need to walk back. I think this is something that I might need to walk back. I originally called them bytes because I wasn't sure if I wanted to enforce UTF-8 encoding of those strings. Um, yeah, but now I don't know. I think I might have to. In any case, I guess as you can see, my point is this is not a part of the spec that I really have fully formalized yet in my mind. I'm kind of leaving it as a later to do because obviously you want to formalize this, but on in your like day to day, you don't care too much about it. I think. So why does my tokenizer not have a peak method? This guy is letting me down. Holy shit. Really? You just have next? No peak? Cringe, man. Absolute cringe. Absolute cringe. There you go. Now we have peak. Wait a second. Is this the tokenizer where you have to pass skip comments? Yes. Okay, so we need to pass in stuff. Okay, so if we are at the top level and the next token is not an EOF, or either it's not an EOF or we can say it's an equal sign. Which one do we do? Like, how do we, on which side do we err when things look wrong? I would say if there's anything else, we'll assume that it's a top level struct. If we are not at the top level and we say negative identifier, then it's an enum. So this goes here, and I think this goes here essentially. And you know what? We can get rid of a bunch of curlies. Check this out. So let's see. Hey, what is the Zig feature you enjoy using most? Is there any change in the language that you're especially looking forward to in future versions? I think the feature that I enjoy using the most is the build system because I can depend on C libraries and cross compile them. And well, even if I don't have C libraries, regardless, like it doesn't matter. I can have them, not have them, changes nothing, and I can still, you know, just run Zig build on any computer, and I know it works because if I've written the build script correctly, I know it will work no matter what computer you're on. I mean, you know, has to be Linux, Mac, or Windows, or at least maybe the free BSDs will work, but you know, it has to be one of the normal ones. But still, doesn't depend on system dependencies. Doesn't require you to have Python, Ruby, Node. You know, the projects that have weird dependencies, that system dependencies that if you don't have the right version for, then the thing is just gonna fail to build, and you have no idea why. Like because sometimes it doesn't even tell you what went wrong. So I really enjoy being able to have full mastery over the build process, which makes C libraries way less of a nuisance to depend on. And yeah, and then you know you just cruise. Once you have that, you just cruise. As for features coming forward in future versions, well, there's incremental compilation that is kind of in process, and it works already for a lot of people. It just does not work for me because I am on macOS, unfortunately. So, well, I'm on ARM macOS more specifically. So, that part, that backend is not fully ready yet. So, yeah, but yeah, we're getting there. So that's gonna be good once I have access, full access to that. So let me double check if we are doing it right. If we are at the top level and and there is something else after the identifier. Oh shit! Did I flip it around by mistake twice? Okay, let's double check. If we are at the top level and there's something else afterwards that is not a comment, then we'll assume it's an identifier, like it's the field of a top level struct. Otherwise, we'll assume it's an enum. Okay, so there's that. This is annoying. This is making me want to make enums work differently. maybe that should be with an @ sign. You know what? Maybe those should really be an @ sign. Those should really be an @ sign. I'm starting to think. I didn't want to touch them again, but boy, does it make sense to do that. Anyway. All right, are we made it happy now? I think that logically speaking, what we are doing is sound. Error. No field name tag in Union Dynamic. Yeah, what the heck is a tag? Oh no, wait, this is just a little missing piece of code. Okay. Small error. What's the next one? Extended type tokenizer found const tokenizer. Oh, right. And I think we're finally happy. And you know what? Now that we're happy, let's run some fuzzing. So I believe that we're seeing all these errors because I turned on the deserializer fuzzing. So let's make it run for a bit. Not the Smith one. So it, excuse me, what is going on here? What is going on? Dot data. Dot data. Okay, so here's what's happening. That is insane. So here's what's happening. What's happening is the input is literally an empty string. That is a valid Ziggy document. A document that has a top level string is a valid Ziggy document. And it also just happens to be empty. We try to deserialize it using a bunch of types. They all fail until we find one type that deserializes this correctly. And I think it is correct to expect all of these to fail. We'll see in a moment. Actually, we can go check that out right now. This should have succeeded. So this probably succeeded and everything went well. And that is fine. And you know what? I think that we might... I think we might want some... like some feedback from this function, man. We don't have much feedback from this function. In any case, I'll assume that everything went well. And actually, you know what? We can know for sure by counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So the 20th one failed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. This one failed? No, I think this one failed. I think it's Ziggy Dynamic that failed. I think this guy is fine. So Ziggy Dynamic failed, but here's how it failed. We deserialized this correctly, but then we serialized it wrong. By the way, sorry, this is not like such a super complicated bug. I don't know, maybe I made it sound like this, but what's happening, I suspect, I'm almost certain, is that we're not picking up on the fact that this is a custom type that has its own deserialization system. And so we're actually deserializing the guts of this type. So we're deserializing a Ziggy Dynamic struct, union, um, with its own, like, for real, in a way that is not nice. And that is problematic because, well, it does have its Ziggy options. It is of the right type, and it does specify a serialized function. And also there's that data stuff. Where is that data coming from? Is it the dictionary that has data? Not really. Maybe this guy has data in it. Like, I basically, that data is not coming out of nowhere. That data is coming from something, from some struct that has a data field in it. And yeah, I just don't know which one. Okay. Let's go investigate. Oh, here's, I think, the answer to our problems. This bad boy has data. Aha. So the problem is we are printing a formatter without the F specifier. That was it. And after building with the fix, I bet you that we don't crash anymore when reproing the fuzzer case. Okay, I look at the Z UTF-8 issue after I fix this. Yeah, there we go. The complaints the complaint prints are fine. So let's remove this. Run it again. More crashes. Okay, so we are triggering more bad behavior. What is going on? Oh no, this is getting rendered as N11. We're missing a closing parentheses. The fuck? Why is this why, man? Okay, good that we are doing this test, because this is testing a lot of good shit. Holy cow. The problem is that we have a union case where we do this and somehow we forget to do this. What the heck is going on? Well, we actually don't know. Okay, one, two. I'm starting to think that we should put, you know what? As a favor to myself, let's move these problematic types like at the top. At the top, so that we don't have to do as much counting whenever something goes wrong. So fast test, we rebuild. Okay, well, these builds, let me go to Ziggy and see. and see what the problem is. Issues, UTF-8 issue. Yeah. Yep, that is okay. So this is totally fair. So the story is, I do want Ziggy to be a superset of Jason. I have not yet gone through the painful process of making my strings be spec compliant with what Jason does. They have a lot of bad ideas in there. They have like they support backspace characters and like whatnot. I don't know why they did it that way, but in any case, we have to support it if we want to be a JSON superset, which I think we want to do. We want to be. So yeah, this is work they have not done yet. That's the whole story. So yes, this plan for Ziggy is to be a real. Well, let's not put the specifier. Where's my cursor also, man? GitHub, please, where's my cursor? Oh no. Why is software like this? My plan is for Ziggy to be a superset of JSON, but I haven't gotten around implementing string and number parsing for real. As you pointed out, they are currently stubbed using stdlib functions. It's on my pile of to-dos. To. Any resource you would recommend to master the Zig build system? I've checked out the guide on the landing page, but I would like to better understand how to do production grade stuff, especially working with C libraries. Ghosty has mature build setup. Yeah, but theirs is also probably super complicated. So here's what I would recommend. Not this. Please, stupid browser. I'm getting off of this browser. I don't know at this point. I really don't know what to do. I think I'll go with Vivaldi at this point. Really, I don't want anything Firefox based. You know what? I should try Zen just for the sake of trying Zen once in my life. But I don't want any more Firefox in my life. I want to get off of this obsolete browser. I want to stay away from Chromium if I can avoid it. Actually, I want to stay off of Chromium because I don't want them to. I want to use proper ad blocking, and I don't know how, but somehow people got bamboozled by Google into giving up the one thing that obviously fucking Google was going to play Secret Hitler to get rid of, which is ad blockers. How did people fall into this? How did they allow these idiots to maneuver them in a way where they could get rid of ad blockers, or rather, nerf them? That is so dumb, man. That is the one thing you should expect the ad company to try and sneakily do. So it's the one thing you need to be on the lookout for, and somehow they were able to pull it off anyway. Disappointed. People should play more Secret Hitler. But in any case, so I don't want Chrome also for Chrome or Chromium also for that. And so what am I left with? I don't know. It's like Brave, maybe? No, Brave is Chromium. So I don't know. But I think they're forking it, right? It's either Brave or Vivaldi. Isn't Vivaldi Chromium though as well? Wait. Vivaldi is Chromium, right? Yeah, so what are they gonna do about the wait, so not even Vivaldi. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Is it really Firefox only? Firefox or nothing? God damn it. So here's the resource I will recommend. Sorry, I got sidetracked. On YouTube, I was going to suggest Zig build, which should bring up my video. So I recommend watching this video if you haven't done so yet. Then another thing that you should totally do, especially if you're interested in C interop, is look at all your code base. All your code base has a lot of package C libraries with the build system. Not all of them are perfect. Actually, I would say do not expect the average packaging here to be perfect, because they will not be. But because the point of this organization is essentially to, sometimes the C projects have like very big and a bunch of like optional bits and pieces. And so this organization is meant to allow people to upload a subset. Like essentially they implement up to what they need, so that they can scratch their own itch, and then they can publish it. And then it's essentially left as an exercise to somebody else who will maybe eventually need it to continue. So that means that you should not expect each and every one of these things to be a master class on how to do it start to finish. But some are high quality, some will implement the full original project build, and you can use them as an example. For example, I feel like I did a pretty decent job with Opus. So this is the Opus as in the audio codec. So this is a package that I've implemented that implements Opus. There's also another good one is Aaron Noise. This is another one that I've implemented, which I feel like I did a pretty good job with. Then some other interesting examples, AFL++, that was made mostly not by me. This was mainly most by TensorRush. FFmpeg, this one is maintained right now mainly by Andrew. Is it? Wait. Oh, okay. So the reason why this looks weird is because Andrew is not doing pristine tarball. So he's instead essentially forking the original project, cleaning it up of everything that is not Zig. And anyway, so while you don't see Andrew as the main committer, he's the main maintainer of this package. And so, yeah, all your code base is a great place to learn about packaging C projects. Does Ladybird have potential? I have to be honest, I don't know. I don't like where Ladybird is going in some ways. I hope that it is. I hope that it goes well. But I have seen things that I'm a bit suspicious about. For example, they have decided to close completely contributions. Like, even though it is an open source project, meaning that you get the open source license with the code, they have completely decided to shut off what I personally consider to be the most important advantage that you get from having a open source development model. They decided to cut that off. They have their own reasons. They have stated reasons why they want to do that. Reasons that I personally don't feel like I really agree with, or rather, I agree with in part. But I definitely do not agree with the conclusion. That plus the fact that I feel like Ladybird is financially somewhat influenced by its biggest sponsors, which I think is a problem, is a phenomenon that will get worse over time, because also partially by essentially shutting themselves off from the normal open source development process, they are also, in my opinion, going to be more dependent on their sponsors, which means that the sponsor can influence them. And so that part I also don't love. So So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And in any case, Ladybird today is not ready for daily driving, and it's not gonna be ready tomorrow for daily driving. It's gonna be years before it's ready for daily driving. So uh, w- we can talk about it again in a few years and see what happened with Ladybird. But as an open source project, I feel like they have been playing a dangerous game, and I don't know. I really don't know. I would recommend you to not put all your hopes and dreams into Ladybird because you might get disappointed by what happens in the end. So I guess it's Zen browser or nothing. God damn it, man. God damn it. What, where are we? Like, man, this fucking timeline. I don't know. I really don't know what the heck is up with this goddamn timeline. Okay. So we have more crashes to fix apparently. So somehow we are printing. So this is the original, but some of our okay, so this is not a serialization problem. This is a decoding problem. We are not demanding the closing parentheses. Yeah, we're not demanding in the closing parentheses, and then we serialize everything correctly, but we need to be bitchy about this. Like, this is not good. So that means that in okay, that means I believe so. I ran this already, right? Yes. So I can run this, and it's the very first thing that poops itself, which means that it's the deserialization function of dynamic that has this problem, where we accept a union case, skip dot, skip this, try deserialize one, which is awesome. Which is awesome, but we need to demand a slice. So how do we demand? Sorry, we need to demand a closing parenthesis, and we're not demanding it. So we call this serialize one. Fantastic, but where is my bitching if we're missing a parenthesis? Um, I guess we need to call this. We need to get the next token from the deserializer. So closing is, or we just switch. We switch on d.tokenizer dot next, and we say if it's a right parenthesis, awesome, break with the value. Else, I think it's d dot unexpected. Actually, is there anything better than just unexpected? What does the serializer give me? Oh shit! Here, this is where peak was. We had peak all along in the deserializer. Oh no! Oh no! Right. So you do d dot peak. Well, would you look at that? And don't tell me peak automatically skips. Wow. 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 Okay, let's get rid of this peak implementation then. Okay. So yeah, we have the unexpected. Anything else other than unexpected? Unexpected value. Right. Okay. So we have length mismatch, duplicate field, unknown field, missing field. Okay. So these are the report functions that we have. It's definitely unexpected in our case. So the unexpected. What do you pass to unexpected? the token. Does this work? I don't remember what I get from the else. Let's try to compile this. If it compiles, awesome. If it doesn't compile, then it means that we're getting only the tag or something, and we're gonna need to make a copy of this. Switch on start with auto layout. Oh, this is even worse, right? So that's how it needs to be. Or not. Error set is ignored. Try. Expected or union type found. Oh, but it's not right. It's return. Or not. Or maybe it is. Let's see. Type token tag does not support field access. Oh, does peak give me the tag already? I'm some kind of genius, and I didn't know it. I didn't trust myself. Yeah, peak gives you the tag already. I came up with the perfect abstraction, and I didn't trust myself to have done that work already. God damn it. Hello, Danik. Hello, Shubham. Ah. And we're finally happy. And 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 if we run this again, no more regressions, or rather, no more crashes. So let's restart the fuzzer. God damn it, it has already found crashes. Okay. What else am I fucking up? Empty curlies. So this is an empty dictionary. Oh no, it gets serialized into just an opening curly. Where's the closing curly? Dude. So serialized dynamic. KV. So it's calling the serialized function of the dictionary. Struct dict. Value container kind. If not, omit curlies. If item count is greater than 0, and option find write all comma, indent, write all. So why do we think that omit curlies is true? And depth equals 0. Well, but my boy, this depends also on the container kind. And container kind has to be a struct. Otherwise, that's not going to work. Let's see if it's actually struct. It is struct. Okay. If it's not a struct, there is no top level stuff going on. This fuzzer is doing so much work. That is delightful because it's hard to test all those custom implementations of serialization and deserialization because they're essentially they are their own extra implementation of a deserializer. So yeah, bugs sneak in easily. So fuzzing here is doing a amazing job. And we don't crash anymore. Okay, come on, find the next bug. You son of a bitch. Ah, there we go. Okay, what's the next one? 6 dot? Six dot. So I think this has to do with the fact that we are unfortunately kind of janky in the way that we deal with numbers and strings, especially numbers. People might remember all the whole like Benny Hill running around left and right trying to get the tokenizer to agree with other things about what is a number or not, because we don't have the correct implementation that I'm procrastinating on actually writing. So I think I'm fine. I think I'll keep this crash for now. It's bad. Um, it's bad, but it could be worse. Yeah. So I'll say that we essentially got to a successful point. So I'm gonna add source. I'm gonna say some fuzzing. Fixes a bunch of crashes in in Ziggy.dynamic and Ziggy.dictionary. Okay, we're done for now. So, uh, oh, okay, you push force. Okay. So let's publish the zin build. Yep. Make a zin release. So let's update. I don't remember if we depend on ZigFL kit. I don't think we do. But we do depend on SuperMD. We do depend on Super HTML. We do depend on Ziggy. And we do depend on Scripty. Okay. Can we Zig build test now? I'm an idiot. So we cannot yet depend on latest Ziggy because we have not. This is going to be the next step. For now, we stay to we stick to a Ziggy in a old branch. We don't touch that. Okay, we pass all tests. We might make this the tag already. You know what? So let's call it 0.11.4. Wait, did I upgrade that? Is 0.3 real? Has it been released, or was that my tentative release that I never went through with? Yeah. So 0.11 is 11.2 is the latest actual release. So 0.3 is where we want to be. Okay. Actually, almost. GC. Update depths. And this is what we want to tag. Git push and git push tags. Actually, I don't even know if they need to be two separate commands. Does git push tags also push normal stuff? I don't know. So, remove Zig out releases and then Zig build release. Let's see if this works. What is the target Zig version? Oh, good point. That might not be the right version that I left in there. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it by the book. Good point. The Zig version. This is it. 857 copy. Oh, 857. I had it right already. I'm such a good boy. So we can do Zig build release for real. We're building. We can start writing the release notes. Well, no, never mind. I was about to say we can start writing the release notes while this builds, but no, it's eating all the resources on my computer and my mouse is lagging a lot. It's like, no. Nope. Cannot comfortably write the release notes. It's not using a ton of memory. But yeah, it's using all the CPUs that we have, rightfully so, right? I mean, we're making releases for Linux, Windows, Mac OS, x86 ARM. So yeah, it's a lot of work, and we're parallelizing it as much as we can. So that is good. At least the sound is not lagging. Why can the release build of the Z compiler be parallelized that way? Well, if you want to make a comparison with what I'm doing here, you would have to be building Zig for the Zig compiler for a variety of targets at the same time. Here, the parallelization let's say the highest level, the most important, I would say, parallelization that we're having here is just different build tasks. So you are building, I'm assuming that you're talking about building the compiler once for your native machine. So you don't have that level of parallelization because you're doing essentially one task, one build. Here I'm making n builds. That being said, what about parallelization within a single task? So there are two things to keep in mind. One is, yes, here I have some parallelization, actually a good amount of parallelization in this build, also within a single task, because C compilation units can be built in parallel. That it's hard for me to really go too much into detail about what a C compilation unit is if you don't know it at all, but just to give a general idea for people who don't know much about it. Very roughly speaking, so I'm not giving you a precise description, it is simplistic, but at first approximation, one C file can be compiled to one object file in parallel with all the other ones. Again, this is not exactly true, not always true, there's more stuff, but to simplify. So if you have a C project that has 100 C files, those are 100 separate tasks that you can run in parallel, at least to some degree. Let's say mostly in parallel. Zig does not work that way. Zig, when you have 100 Zig files, they all go into one compilation unit, which means that you don't have that type of parallelization that I just mentioned. This is a different compilation model that Zig uses. It comes with pros and cons. One con is that you lose that parallelization that C has. One pro is that you can do things that are impossible to do with C and other languages that have a compilation model comparable to C. Or rather, if they want to implement some of the things that we either already have or that we are going to have in the future in Zig, then they will have to, essentially come up with a janky system to do single unit compilation over multiple compilation units. That's what LTO is in LLVM, essentially, to at least to some degree. So, long story short, the pros and cons with all these approaches. That makes Zig compilations, when it comes to pure Zig code, harder to parallelize. There is some work in progress to make the compiler pipeline within the Zig compilation unit be more parallel. So we're talking about parallel semantic analysis. I don't know if some of that is already happening, but there's definitely planned work to make semantic analysis more parallel. So parsing, let's start from the top. Parsing is already parallel. Then semantic analysis is not parallel, and some of it can be made a little bit parallel, but obviously, semantic analysis is the core part of the problem. So you shouldn't expect that to be automatically, like, it's not an embarrassingly parallel problem kind of by nature. Then below that, there are code generation backends and linking. Those already don't have to wait for semantic analysis to be fully done, meaning that stuff, as soon as stuff is ready, it gets pushed down to the next layer of the pipeline, and so they get to work on work units as stuff comes in. So yeah, there's some of that as well. Hey, Pep Tech Dev, thank you for the raid. Hello everybody, welcome. Welcome to a Zig stream. I'm making a release of my static site generator, and in the meantime, I'm talking about the Zig compilation model for people that are asking about parallelizing it. So, long story short, some of that work is being done to make things better, but I will say that in general, the Zig compilation model is more heavyweight than if you were to just use fully compilation units. It's a trade-off again. We plan to, it's a price that you have to pay. You already have a return from your investment in a sense, and in the future we plan to have more. One is, for example, drum roll, the ability to write programs that are guaranteed statically to never Stack Overflow. That is something that you cannot do if you just have a bunch of symbols that get resolved by the linker, because every time if the symbol is a function, every time you call that function, you're jumping into another compilation unit, and you don't have knowledge of what the heck is happening in there as you're compiling, because that's kind of the point of the whole system where you have different compilation units. In Zig, having a single compilation unit, for example, will allow to essentially be able to see all the call chains with some restrictions. Obviously, it can't be magic, but for example, you will be restricted in your ability to write recursive functions, meaning that for you to be able to write a recursive function, you will be asked to manually manage the stack memory for your next set of recursive calls. So you will essentially have to have a cut point where you say, okay, so now to call this other function that was already in my call chain, right? So that's the nature of a loop. You will have to manually allocate some memory on the heap, manage the failure if there is no more memory, or if you yourself decide on a recursion limit of some kind. So that means that what would previously be a Stack Overflow that you have no chance of controlling, with this new system you will have a chance of controlling. Well, essentially you will be forced to control it. And that makes writing recursive functions more annoying because you have to write more boilerplate. But at the same time, it's going to be impossible to Stack Overflow on a program that does all these things correctly. And the second is by being able to observe all the stack calls, well, all the call chains, sorry, then the Z compiler will be able to tell you what is the maximum stack size. Sorry, what is the correct, what is the maximum stack size that your program will have to use, which not only allows to prevent stack overflows at runtime, but it also gives you a number that you can use when you're doing green threads. One problem with the green threads is that if you have a bajillion Zig green threads or fibers in your program, you don't know how big they should be. And if you make them too small, then they will stack overflow. Or if they make them too big, then you will not stack overflow. But then you're going to be eating a ton of memory that by definition you don't need, because you made every fiber, I don't know, you give each one of them a 3 megabyte stack, 8 megabyte stack, I don't know. And if that's too much compared to what you need, then that's silly. So that is one benefit that you get from having the compilation model that we have. And I think that having a Stack Overflow safe program, it's a pretty cool thing, right? People like to talk about safety. One could even say, man, is it not cringe to be using a stack unsafe language in 2026? I'm joking, by the way. I'm going to stop. I would add that compiling individual C files in parallel isn't even that great because the linker will eat all the gains anyway. Unity build is so much better in most cases. Yeah, I wasn't getting into all the details. I was assuming that most of the people watching were not really too much aware of how this stuff works. But yeah, for sure. I mean, Unity build, essentially, I think that LTO is giving people a Unity build when they don't know that what they want is a Unity build. I really have this feeling, because that's what it is, right? LTO is you put in your object files more stuff than you would otherwise, and then you just have the linker do the job of the compiler. Kinda. I don't, not even kinda, pretty much. Thank you, Pep Tech Dev. Yeah, sorry, I was mid rant through the whole joining process. In any case, so we made a release of the static generator. We have all the releases here, so I'm gonna open the releases. There you go. These are my artifacts. I could automate this process further, but you know what? I don't mind putting some manual care into my releases. Like somebody at some point contributed a full like automated CI step for releases, but I don't like that. I want to publish artifacts that I've built myself, not the uh, stinky GitHub CI. And and then you have to write notes anyway. So okay, so what are release notes gonna be? So I think we wanna look at the changes since the last 20 commits in the meantime. Oof. Oldest to newest, right? Yeah. Update docgen, not interesting. Scripty, add int minus method. That is a feature that we added. Okay, so let's put a note thing. How is it? Is it like this? Is this a note? Yes. Note. It is highly recommended to not to highly recommended might be too strong. You know what? I'm not gonna put a note. I'm just gonna say it plainly. These release upgrades to Zig 0.17.0 dev from I think the last tag release was Zig 015 still, because this is from like the first commit that is past the last release is November 2025. I think we're pretty much there. Can I see the source code at this version? Or there we go. Zone file is fine. Yeah, 015. We went from 015 to 017. Okay. All the way up from 0.15.0. I did not make a release for Zig 0.16.0 because of regressions in Translate C, which have now been fixed. And in fact, let me double check this claim. If I go into source/hacks, yeah, I only have weight grouping here. I used to have like a bunch of pre-compiled C headers in there. Well, pre-compiled, pre-translated C headers. Because Translate C, once we switched to our own implementation of Translate C, a bunch of things regressed. So I had like to pre-cook them there in order to keep Zine building. These release contains relatively few and small improvements. Well, user-facing improvements. And its main purpose is to isolate potential bugs. Well, isolate bugs. Well, potential bugs. We don't know for sure that there are bugs. From the Zig upgrade process from upcoming changes to Zine. In the next version of Zine, I will update Ziggy, the front matter language, the .smd front matter language, to a new version that changes some of the syntax. To a new version a new version that changes some of the syntax. Um, um, Requiring you to do some work before you can use it. Please make sure to report new bugs. As usual, I recommend making a release of your website first with old Zin. So Zin release output. How do we do output? -O. Then with new Zin, and then finally to then finally diff the two directories, which I think is just like diff uh, old new. Actually, I think you want new old, because I think that if you do diff new old, it will show you the new stuff as green and the old stuff as red. I think like one of the two versions is better than the other. Like they show the same thing. It's just I feel like you want the new version to be pluses and the old version to be minuses, I think. Now that I think about it, I usually don't write this changelog here for Zine. I write these on the website. Single dash. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Single dash. Thank you. Thank you. No, you're totally right. Yeah, you know what? I don't put this here. I put this in the log. 2026. Holy shit! So much time has passed. Um, June is 06, right? 17. Check out the array flow command from Flow. I fucking love it. So here we have fixes. Breaking changes, bug fixes. Breaking changes, bug fixes, and then I guess improvements, additions. Maybe we can do the same here. Also, you know what? Let's preview what we're putting in. No. No. Okay. And you know what? I think we should this should not be in here. This should be up here in a box. Oh shit, I don't remember how you make boxes. Show me in the index. Block utters warning. What did I do wrong? Block definitions directly under quote block, not embed any text. I was missing a space. Um, Upgrading. Okay, I'm gonna change the wording a little bit since this is like a box that I'm gonna put there for everybody. Uh, the safest way to upgrade your website to a new version of Zine. Well, no, let's put it this way: too quickly, to quickly confirm that uh, hmm, use diff to quickly God damn it, I don't know how to word this in a good way. uh, Upgrading uh, Zine. Are we recursive yet? You're talking about Zine? Whether Zine allows recursive like template expansion of some kind? No. I plan to add snippets. I think that the next thing that I want to add to the templating stuff is the ability to put snippets here and there so that you can put them like in a loop. As for like recursive, I don't know. Oh, Ziggy. I'm pretty much done with Ziggy. There is one big, well, okay, done is a big word, but when it comes to the work that I wanted to do before upgrading Zine to new Ziggy is pretty much done. Let's say start the process to upgrade Zine. It will take a bit to upgrade Zine to new Ziggy, and and so most of the work that I wanted to do to get there is done. If you're talking about the like type the type checking stuff, yeah, that is fully implemented, which will recurse correctly into types and do everything that it needs to do. So actually that piece of functionality is fully implemented. There is literally nothing left uh, to add to it. Other parts of Ziggy still require a ton more work, but that part is like literally fully done. That is not a word that I made up, right? I might be misspelling it. I'm not misspelling it. Okay. Okay, let's see what this looks like. I think we want this put at the end. Actually, we can do it like this. Oh, okay. Okay, I think this is a good piece of recommendation. Let's change this to upgrading safely. What else do we have other than warning? Because I would like maybe as a you know what, as a yellow box is not a bad idea regardless. Can I put spaces for better legibility? I can. At this point, it's up to you to decide if any change in the diff is desirable or not. If you see a change that is not mentioned in the changelog, it might be the result of a bug, in which case a reproducible bug report would be appreciated. There we go. E-G. Well, that's it. What does info look like? I don't think I have info, but I can try. Yeah, info is nothing. I think I have error. maybe. I don't even have error. I don't have warning, so never mind. I just never made other classes for this apparently. So yeah, this is it. Upgrading safely. But yeah, I do tend to use black and yellow. Okay, so down here we have a double paste for some reason. Okay, I'll put this like here so I can quickly switch to it. Okay. So we have fixes, bug fixes. Then we have breaking changes, and then we have new features. And it might be that one of these categories is empty, in which case that's fine. We're gonna delete it. Okay, so we were looking at these guys. Okay, add int minus method. ACC 1729. So this adds dot minus. This is a new feature. How did I represent them in the past like this? Added added dot minus to integers. 188. I kind of wish I would put this on a new line so that it would be. No, we need to put the space also on a new line for this to make sense. ACC 1729. Maybe this person had a normal account in the past and then they renamed it when they moved away, or they haven't. I can say thanks ADAMC. Or let's leave it the account name. I don't know. Okay, so this is it. Then emit heading ID only if present. That is a breaking change. And that's kind of a bug fix breaking change. I mean, so bug fixes and breaking changes, I guess that should be its own a single category because they kind of are intertwined sometimes. Um where's the corresponding PR though for this? Where's my PR? I mean, this is coming from Gas Infinity. That is fine. Oh, this is it. Yeah. All bug fixes are technically a breaking change. Um, Indeed. 198. 193, right? 198. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Yeah. Okay. Next. Right. Add code to build on FreeBSD. Hmm. I don't think I'm gonna mention this because I don't have FreeBSD in CI, so I'm not really guaranteeing that everything builds for FreeBSD. Although, am I making a FreeBSD tarball right now? I think I might. Oh yeah, I'm making a FreeBSD tarball. So yeah, we're making a FreeBSD tarball. So never mind. We are checking the FreeBSD builds. We're not checking if it works, but we're checking if it builds. So might as well. Let's say new features. Releases now um, have a FreeBSD tarball now include. Uh, 202 demarker. Okay. Then, yeah, this contains regressions. Be me, want to compile Zim from source, weird hobby. Okay. Update scripty, other minor experimentation. Right. This is simplifying scripty, but nothing user facing. Shit, I have updated for low syntax, which adds more languages, but I don't remember which ones we have since then. So I'm not tracking which new languages are being added. So I'm not gonna make an entry for that. Mobile optimizations, clean up training white space, fix heading UB. Yeah, no point in talking about the LLM stuff. Audio embeds. Yeah, that's a new feature. Let's see how that's gonna look like. In any case, this is power user 64, 195. How does this look like? ass. It looks like real ass. But I can shorten it. That almost helps. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we have that. Then our user 64, yes. Then properly ignore empty pages. Oh, this one is a bug fix. Fix a bug where an empty, e.g., where an empty index.snd, i.e., no content, no front matter, uh, would be partially picked up by Zine creating a buggy section, which would then crash Zine under certain circumstances. Empty files are now fully ignored. Including, oh, okay. Hello, Dinosai. Okay. Anything else? Not really. Well, I'm a noob, but I wanted to know: is there a lot of missing features for Zig right now, according to the roadmap? If there is one, yes, there is a roadmap. Yes, there are a bunch of missing features. If you want a quick and easy way of checking that stuff out, go to GitHub and Codeberg, because we were on GitHub and then we moved to Codeberg. But there are some old issues on GitHub that have not been mirrored to Codeberg. So you kind of have to look at both issue trackers if you want to see the full picture. And what you want to do is look for issues that have the proposal and accepted labels. Proposal open issues with the proposal and accepted label are features that should come to the language that have not been implemented yet. That is not an exhaustive list, meaning that there will be more language proposals be made in the future that will be accepted and that, will require implementing. But you can already see what we have there. That's the to-do list essentially of missing features. Hello, Calder. Um, okay. Anything else? No, I think this is it. Man, I wish I could put some extra spacing in here. Can I put extra spaces? How do you put extra spaces? I guess I can put an EM dash. The problem is this is a really bad period in time to put EM dashes in your writing. God damn it. Man, I just want to put EM dashes without people bitching at me. What can I do? Oh no. Actually, I even think that, what, the EM dash is not what I want. I just want more spaces. There is no way this works, right? It works. It works. Damn, it works. It works. Hmm. You'll never give up on the M dashes. Well, in this case, I think the space is better. Like you just want separation between these things. You don't want more visual noise, I think. Okay. I think this is it. This is it for our release notes. Also, think that the docs are already updated. I think that if I go into this SuperMD docs, there's going to be audio. Yeah, there's audio already with all the audio settings. So, yeah, this website is ready to go. Almost, I think. What we want to, I remember there's some stuff that we want to update every single time. It's in the docs. I think it's the deployment stuff, right? We want to update this to 11.3. Pages. I wish this guide would be updated also for Codeberg. You know what? I need to release on Codeberg uh the Zine deploy GitHub action. Yesterday I had to yell at the AI for putting M dashes where ASCII text was only allowed. Oof. Okay, so I think we are ready to go. Man, it's been a while since I've done this work. Holy shit. Uh, what's in the git ignore that wasn't there before? Zig package. Understandable. Yeah, this is it. And if I go look at all the releases, oh, I did leave here some text before. I guess I can copy this and then do something like this again. Last release, let's say v0.11 .x release, then will soon upgrade to a new version of Ziggy. Um, the version of Zine upgrades from Ziggy 0.15.0 to 0.17 dev. Wait for any bugs you encounter. Any new bugs you encounter. There are bugs, but the ones that there are not new, we already know about. Any new bugs you encounter, and make sure to use the safe upgrade procedure. See link below. There we go. So this is now a chicken and egg problem. We push the release, which links to a page that doesn't exist. But you know, it's either one or the other. Now let's hope that GitHub doesn't forget our our pages job. Okay, since they were up and running. Also, I think I'm not using the right version of Zine in here either. Oh, I'm using 0.11.2, which I guess is not the end of the world. I thought I was even more further behind. I need to make a new version of setup Zine that takes this information automatically from the config file. Okay. We wait, is this not up yet? Come on, man. How long are you making me wait? Oh no, bro, please. Please. The next fucker that tells me that we moved off of GitHub for political reasons only, I'm gonna make a printout of all these logs and hit them in the face with it. You know, like Japanese comedic stuff where they have like the giant paper thing that they hit the other guy with. Same thing. Whew, success. Yeah, there we go. Move to Goldberger? Maybe I should. I will. I mean, I don't know. For now, I don't do this often enough to really go insane with it. So this is fine for now. Okay. Then I guess the next question is if, when, and how the Discord bot will ever pick up changes, because I have a Discord bot that pulls in from an RSS feed, but that thing is also unreliable. There is so much unreliable software around me that is driving me insane, and I I make unreliable software myself. Like Zine is not perfect. If it was, I wouldn't have to tell you to do this before you upgrade. Although to be fair, it would still be a good idea even if I was perfectly precise every single time and I never introduce bugs, because you might miss something out in the change log. Maybe you think that the feature um, doesn't apply to your website because you don't rely on it, while in fact you do because you forgot the one page where you actually do. So diffing is actually the right move no matter what. Actually, I would argue that this diffing is the right move even if you're using no matter what no matter what static site generator you're using. With well, with the star that it only makes sense if you're using like a proper static site generator. If you're using something that is like heavily JavaScripty, uh, then there's gonna be a change in the minified blob somewhere, and what the fuck does that mean? You don't know. There's no way for you to know. So never mind. In that case, maybe this workflow doesn't apply. Uh, but if you're using something like Hugo, for example, I think this is still a good idea. In any case, my earlier point was I don't make perfect software either, but man, my software is work in progress, and as it gets better, it becomes more solid. Like Super HTML is fairly solid at this point. It's not perfect. I will add more stuff to it, which will introduce more bugs, but it's I would say solid enough. But there's a bunch of other software that, man, it just keeps pooping itself all over the place all the time, and there's nothing you can do about it, and it is so annoying, so annoying. So, uh, doesn't the diff need the R flag? I don't think it does. Maybe you're right, but I I am pretty sure I didn't do this in the past with like this. Uh, I think. Wait, was I doing the git diff? I have new and public also here. So no, it works also without the dash R. What does the dash R do? I think it's essentially the same idea. So yeah. Okay, so what are we doing now? What are we doing now? I guess we can tweet about this. Actually, let me do this. Let me log in into LinkedIn. Eh, bro, I don't even know what is my password. I don't remember. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we published a new version of Zine, but it won't traverse into subdirectories. That is not what we saw, I think, just now, because it was getting into subdirectories. Oh, man. I can double check, though. I might be wrong. Chris of IT, diff new and public. Well, shit, you might be right, though, because this is the top level stuff only. Oh, snap. Yeah, this was missing from before, wasn't it? You never did without me? Yeah, that is so sweet, your side. what, what does you do? God damn it, man. What is you? Oh no. Can I see what is you? No, I have to man diff. 3 lines of context. Oh, I see. Like this. There's also a word diff that can be useful. How do you do the word diff? Um, is it word rejects dot? Epsilon is side by side. Ryu. Ah, you cannot do Ryu, huh? Okay, side by side is also cool, but no, I think U and then word diff rejects dot rejects equals dot word rejects. Did I make this up? Oh, it's a Git thing. So that doesn't work on diff. Plain diff doesn't have word diffing. Can I use Git for this? I think there is a way of using Git diff um, without going by comparing things in your workspace, not in the history. What is it? Yeah. Okay. So let's say that our suggestion should be diff ru. Let's make that our suggestion. Thank you for helping me out with this. Yeah, no index. But then this doesn't support you. So there's that. Well, you know what? I think people will figure it out. Let's give them a reasonable suggestion, first suggestion, and then whatever. Okay. Um, we did it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iman. That was wait, was it you who pushed me to actually get it right? Yes, you did. Thank you very much. So, what's next on the block for me? I need to fix the language server. I am really not looking forward to it. I'm a little bit burned out by writing parser code. But before we can release Zin with new Ziggy, we need to have the tuning just not be crap. Like, even though this is an unstable alpha quality ecosystem, we still have standards. The language server should work, shouldn't poop itself all the time. So I think what I'm gonna do is start the work for integrating with Zin. So I'm essentially now going to upgrade Zin to new Ziggy. But but we're not releasing until we have done the language server work. And so my idea is we do the Zin update first so that we essentially recover from the all the parser code that I had to write recently. And we do that work. Hopefully by the end of it, that work has not will not have been horrible and have burned me out even more. And I will have recharged my batteries and I will be able to go back to fixing the language server. That seems a reasonable way forward. Essentially, all of this stuff has to happen. The order ultimately doesn't matter much. And so, yeah. Also, I think that for the next release of Zine, we should add a temporary command that we keep there only for maybe 1 or 2 releases that should help people upgrade their content files. Either that or we give people a oak one-liner of some kind that they can use to apply quickly fixes, because the fixing what we were doing wrong before, fixing the things that we changed in the meantime shouldn't actually be that complicated. So yeah, It really shouldn't be that complicated. Indeed. Okay, so give me a sec, because what I will do is refill my drinking stuff, and then we actually upgrade Zin to new Ziggy for real, and we'll see how painful it is. I think there's gonna be some pain. I somehow can feel it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Do. Oh, the RSS bot has seen the change. Amazing. Okay, so since we might get some bug fixes, it might be necessary to release some bug fix. Um, let's do this work in a branch. I already have a Ziggy branch. I don't know. This is Ziggy 2026, I guess. Vote for Ziggy 2026. Anyway, Zig fetch non-old Ziggy. And yeah, let's fucking go. So, where do we start from? We need to audit all instances of Ziggy options. They are all going to be wrong. They all need to be updated. There's no way around it, and might as well start from that. So, actually, why did I do it this way? Let's do it this way. Also, what do I have in here? Can exit. Can exit. Okay. I don't know, some file, but it doesn't matter. Find Ziggy options. We have one in Git. That one is gonna be easy. We have in daytime. That one is gonna be pain. Actually, maybe not much, a bit. Then we have page. Then we have two of these guys in page. I guess the other one is alternatives. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, this is gonna be easy. This is now gonna be dot skip fields equal sign. This has been a strict improvement over the past. Ziggy options is not a struct. Ziggy options is an instance of Ziggy.options alternative. There you go. This has been fully updated. That's it. Beautiful. I love this. I'm gonna copy this line because I think we're gonna need it. Then page. Page also doesn't have a lot of things going on in it. It's essentially just this. Whoops. There you go. Easy. Absolutely easy. Okay, what is this guy? Daytime. Daytime has a Ziggy options somewhere down here because of the parsing function. It doesn't have stringify anymore, which is fine. Also, it used to be stringify a long time ago, so that code that has been there for a long time. But here's the thing: with the new system, you can put the Ziggy stuff in here, which is not a bad idea to put it up top. Options date time. And in here, we're going to have serialize and deserialize. So we do not have deserialize, but we do have serialize. So we need a serialize function, which we do have down here. So we don't need to keep it in there anymore. We can put it out. We call it, doesn't even have to be public either. Deserialize. Ziggy parser. No, this is a Ziggy deserializer. P has been changed to a D. And a lot of things have changed. So I'm thinking that daytime should stop being struct. What is a daytime? What even is a daytime? Ooh. Brr. Brr, brr, brr. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just fix what was there. before rethinking it. We can rethink it afterwards. So yeah, this must any. We don't have this stuff anymore. It's kind of gone. So uh how do we first token, and I think we have also top level. Okay. So what do we want to make at that time become? I think in my mind we wanted this to be a union. Can we make this a union? Hmm. Okay, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to think this would have to think hard about this. The problem is we have to think hard about this. There is no escape from it. I think we want to turn the date into a union. And we want to turn the date into a union. We want to turn the date into a union, and I think and I think we want to give it a few cases depending on the syntax that you're using. So I think we want something like this. We want your front matter to, we want you to be able to do something like this. Dot date equals, for example, dot ISO, where you put the usual 2026, 10, 10, this. Or alternatively, you can do something like Unix maybe, and you put a Unix number, whatever that's supposed to be. Then, frankly, these two already would be pretty good, I think. So that would mean a date. That means that a date would be not a struct, but a union. That contains here's the thing though. You write this, but then we want to parse the date. Oh, I guess that can be the hidden field. But then how do we trigger the parsing? I guess we would need in any case to take over the serialization, well, the deserialization process. But I guess at that point we would be able to. Oh, whoops. I think at that point we would fully be able to delegate it. Maybe. Or maybe we should have a validation step, like a validation step that gives us an opportunity to complain about the value being invalid when it's being deserialized. And that is what gives us the opportunity to cache in the parse date time. Hmm. Frankly, it doesn't even require us to do this in the Ziggy code. We don't even need the Ziggy metaprogramming code to do this because we can simply do this in the page. As part of the page validation steps, we looked at the date parses correctly and we cache it there. Why not? In that case, we wouldn't need to do anything other than hmm, okay, I see what we would need to do. So we do not make this a union. We make this a struct that contains a union. So we do it like this. Oh, we call it row. Is this how we do it? Yes. So if we want to give it a hidden field, it has to stay a struct. It has to contain the row representation. We override the deserialization and we deserialize only the row stuff. Oh, and that gives us the opportunity to do everything. Okay, so okay, this works as it should. Okay, we can design now. That is awesome. So we can say ISO, and ISO is gonna be a string. Unix, which is gonna be what's a Unix timestamp? That is in seconds, right? So U32. Well, let's not support Unix millis, I guess. So ISO in Unix for now, I guess. That's already a pretty compelling set. Okay, so we support serialization. Wait, I'm dumb. It's the opposite. It's deserialize. So deserialize. Whatever we were doing here is now wrong. And we say this, actually. We do const row is going to be try d dot deserialize one, the row union. And if this goes well, aren't the Unix timestamps U64 now? Maybe. Can somebody confirm or deny this? I'll make it a U64 if need be. 2038. That is not too far into the future. Okay, U64, you guys won. Hello, Crypto Code. As an MC Hammer convention, what's an MC Hammer convention? Is that is prefixing with an underscore an MC Hammer? Is it MC Hammer casing? Is that what it's called? Can touch this. Yeah, pretty much. Essentially, in Scripty, whenever something has an underscore, it means that you don't have access to it. I'm using an underscore for Scripty for hiding the field from Scripty. Okay, so row is going to be that. Then we switch what we got. ISO case. And you know what? We can immediately do const inst equals this, and then down here we're gonna do uh return row equals row, inst equals inst with underscores. Actually, not even need the trailing comma. So what is this ISO stuff? Oh, so Unix. Do. Oh, this is calling datetime.init. We have an init function. Oh shit. Wait, we already had init Unix. Well, might as well use them, right? Unfortunately, they. Well, we can get rid of these, right? We can just make an init function that accepts a row. So row, and then here we switch. Okay, so the row switching goes in here. The Unix. Oh, well, I got it wrong. This goes here. This goes here. Down here. I guess our job is just to get row. And then we return datetime init row. And we catch at error. But there's no at error. Okay, we're gonna need to figure out what to do about this. Okay, what is the syntax error that is preventing me from being able to do anything? Expected type expression found. Oh, yeah. Fine. Of course. There. Zero one. There you go. This doesn't exist anymore. And here we're missing row, which I think it's not a bad idea to keep around. Although, you know what? We don't really need it. Here's what I'm gonna do. Since we don't really need it, let's comment it out for now. Let's use it as like an inter-exchange format, and we use it to drive Ziggy in a natural manner. By the way, look at how much code I deleted. That is delightful. But since we didn't need this stuff before, like the original row uh, input that the user gave, let's not keep track of it. If we don't need it, I'm gonna leave it commented just in case that in the future it turns out that we actually do need it. But for now, who cares? This deserialize function is so tiny and delightful. It's so funny. So yeah. Um. Okay. How are we doing now? We should fail to compile. Ah, wait. Actually, I know how we're doing. We still have to fix Git, and then we have to decide what to do with this add error. Because right now we don't have the ability to make custom error messages. Um. We have unexpected. We have okay. Let's go to Ziggy maybe, and let's see what we can do about this. Overflow, duplicate field, unknown field, missing field. So here's the thing. Actually, making an invalid date a parsing error is a debatable choice. One thing that I learned is that you don't want to report errors too early. You don't want to report errors late either. Late errors, bad. But turns out that it's not the earliest time when you can present an error at the right time necessarily, because in this case, or rather, let me put it this way, parsing errors are considered blocking errors. Like if you have an error when parsing something, then you cannot make sense of what's below it because you don't know what's below. So, or rather, I guess you can try to guess, but then it's going to be a guess, it's going to be unreliable. So, parsing means that either you stop or you try to move forward, but then your error reporting is going to be imprecise, spotty, potentially misleading, even. In this case, we are in the situation where we parsed the union correctly, but the date turned out to be invalid. That is not a blocking parsing error, nor one that leads to imprecision. You could even say that it's a semantic error, essentially. So it is probably not a bad idea to not try to make this an error of that kind, and instead we consider it something else. But uh, maybe for now it's good enough. What about other people? Do I tell other people that they just cannot do that in a deserialization pass ever? Uh, have a way to collect diagnostics. In general, I do. In general, I do. To be fair, I don't remember how this code is orchestrated at a higher level. This has to do with page. This is stuff that is in page. Essentially, in page, we parse the front matter, but if we have a front matter error, Ziggy parsing error, note that the diagnostic has its path field set to null. Formatted data is in order and the file was parsed. No, you know what? I think that is fine because we have in there. By the way, Ziggy diagnostic doesn't exist anymore, so we'll have to see what happens there. But we can make it a non-blocking. We can consider it a semantic error. Maybe. Actually, no, because wait. No, now that I think about it, for us to be able to report an error, it means that we are unable to return the value. So no, since here we are communicating error conditions via error return codes, yeah. So it turns out that your comment was precisely correct. We would need to have something that accumulates errors here that allows us to generate a like semantic error with also producing the value. Hmm. Okay, I have the solution. The solution, there is one solution that makes sense. We keep around row and we don't use init. Or rather, I think that init, maybe this is fine. Maybe we need an init that Okay, let me comment out this init as well for now. The idea is we keep around row and we do this later on in a place where we can collect the errors. Which means that we don't do this. We do this. We do this. This date is currently malformed at this stage, but we can go here. Mm, 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 mm. Scan stage, file URL, page ID, subsection ID, parent section ID, variant ID, parse, active, status, available if status is different than empty, front matter meta, AST, analysis. Yeah, we can make it a front matter analysis error essentially. During the analysis stage, we check the date, and in that process, we actually initialize it. Render. Yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully, that should not cause any weird issue. Here's the problem, though. We're gonna have before we can actually see if this works or not. Man, we're gonna need to fix all this stuff. Format error doesn't exist. Diagnostic doesn't exist. Oof. Do you have a favorite CSV library in Ziggin? No. Mm-mm. Let's see if we have references to date. Really? Nobody sets that date anywhere in here? Okay, this is actually good. It means that we are not depending on date, although we do depend on date elsewhere. We depend on date essentially from the moment here that we set something to active. I guess we can give a default, instead of undefined, maybe we can give a default value to inst here. What's in a Zite instant though? I think we saw it elsewhere. I think it was maybe some of the old code that was doing this. Dot timestamp. So we need to essentially give it a default value that doesn't suck, I think. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that we will depend on the date between before we reach analysis, we will look at the date in order to decide where to sort this page in the section. And so this cannot be completely undefined. This needs to be something that makes sense, which this might not be, but I'm sure we can figure out reasonable default value for this guy. I mean, worst case, we can just say maybe I can make it a comp time call to Zite instant. Zi.instant. Let's see if this works at comp time. So hopefully this works. Then okay, let's go fix Git quickly. Why does this have a serialization function? So commit date is here. It has a Unix field. And it serializes as a at date field. Why? Do we write this somewhere? I am going to comment this out and see what happens. Because I don't think we care about this anymore and haven't for a long time. Do we ever try to serialize this value? Let's look at what init does. Opens a directory, reads it. Yeah, it just reads the freaking data and then populates it. That sounds about right. I wonder why commit date is a struct with a field instead of being. Okay, I guess because of this, this would make sense. But then why does it not have scripty navigation then? Okay, let's just comment this out and let's see where we get to next. Context map. Right, that has changed also. A Ziggy map. This is this is a dictionary now. Well, it's a dynamic dict essentially. So it's a Ziggy dictionary that contains a Ziggy dynamic. Now, could this be a full-fledged dynamic? No, because it needs to be at the top level a dictionary. Then do you call it a dictionary? Yeah, I want to keep the nomenclature consistent. It might be a little bit misleading that there's dictionary, which is different than Zeta dictionary, but the consistent nomenclature, I think, is key. Oh, and I think I figured out the secret. So no, commit date you cannot navigate into it because it doesn't have the scripty thing that allows you to navigate into it. So how does it work? Is there a getter? Wait, are you telling me that we? Oh yeah, look, even the outer thing doesn't allow navigation. So wait, where is even the stuff that allows you to reach into this? I guess you access it into from page. Okay, I guess this is starting to make more sense to me. Let's see. Built-ins are fine, I think. Map value fields get. I guess so. We'll see if this stuff has changed. But the problem is right now, serialization, deserialization. What is going on? Just those types? I guess that's just the problem with those types. Okay, so that we're done apparently. Okay, let's get into root. Where is the next problem? 199. Parse leaky with diagnostics. This is the Zinconfig file. Yes. Yeah, we need to fix this. By the way, we need also to make schemas for all these things. This is going to be delightful. Finally have schemas from the front matter and for the Zinconfig file. That is going to be delightful. Ah. So this is not a diagnostic. This is now a Ziggy meta, I think. Yeah, meta, but it's not exposed from the root file. It's a Ziggy deserializer meta. Call it meta. I think you do .init. I don't think you set anything in it. Let's see, meta has an init. Yes, it does, which is undefined coincidentally. So you just, that is fine. Then serialize leaky takes in meta and then options. I think options can be. I think our default options are fine. Catch fatal MSG error while loading the Zinconfig file. And then diag fmt. No, this is meta.report errors fmt. I believe so. Root source file root has no member named parse leaky. Right. Deserialize leaky. Member project certified arguments found 1. Oh shit. Okay. What do you pass to report errors fmt? Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So you pass in meta, right? GPA, options, right? I should put also a comment line in here saying we should say that these are supposed to be the same options. Then path and source. What's the path? Config file base name. Then source and then the error. We have No. Fatal Fatal dot I thought I had something like this. Okay. So I think we made it happy with this. I want to see these new error messages, how they look like now. But anyway, variant map, Ziggy map, and whatnot. Um, right. What am I doing? There's no dynamic map. Oh, it's dynamic dictionary. I think it's dynamic dict. Yeah. Are you happy now? Okay, then there's more. There's one more Ziggy diagnostic thing. Really? Line 46. Shit. I guess this is gonna be meta. And now we need to use this stuff correctly. Oh, there's no Ziggy.meta. Yeah, this is Ziggy.deserializer meta. Sorry, what was it? 562. Oh. Dot path equals name. No, I'm sorry, friend. We do not do this way. Oh, don't tell me that we lose this piece of information otherwise. Well, we're gonna stuff it in variant if that is the case. What is the problem here? 562. Oh, wait, is it another file? Oh, yeah, it's in root. Unfortunately, Meta doesn't tell you after the fact if things went well or not. You only know that from the outcome, from the function they used it. So there needs to be something like I18 and error, for example. And if there is an error, let's say that that contains the file path. And then we have all these error reporting logic that we're going to need to change. Okay, before we do that, yeah, we were expecting here to find a path, but there isn't. Okay, so this is gonna be okay. This is gonna be surgery. We're doing surgery now. Catch error. These are unreachable. Overflow out of memory. Return out of memory. Syntax. These errors are now different, I think. These are the deserializer errors. What do they look like? Out of memory, unexpected token, unexpected value. So for is there overflow? Yeah, there's also overflow. Okay, so these we keep. These don't exist anymore. And this is more like else, essentially. But in the else branch, we want to do I18 and underscore. It's not meta, it's underscore error equals. We need both the error. It's more like code equals error and then path equals name. We need both. Oops. You know what? Actually, now I think about it, maybe this should contain also the meta. Oh, there's a okay. It was already defined. Oh, I thought oh, it's defined up there. Also, this then needs to be defined up here. Okay. Okay, so now we can go in root. Yeah, in root. And there's gonna be error. There's gonna be hunt path. I guess we can just call it error. Error path. We don't need to do this assignment. Report errors FMT. This now wants more stuff. This wants GPA. We have an arena in here. Yes, we do. Then we want. Oh man, I don't remember what it wanted. It just wanted lots of stuff. GPA, the original options, which I think we can put like this. Path. And then source. And the error. So these will print this. Okay. Did we make this happy? Oh, it's not. It's meta. Okay, now we can go to line 584. What's happening now? Oh, wait. It's just a little bit below. What happened? If memory. Oh, it's the same thing. Is it the report or print? Yeah, it's the report. Report errors FMT. If build mode is memory, we don't have a path. Can we present it null as the path? Yeah. Wait, is that what we were doing before? I guess we were leaving it null or something. No, null seems a problem. I think this is r.path. Or I guess it's the same as path. I'm just gonna say path. We'll see. Arena path. But I don't understand why this is different. Oh, because we're printing in memory instead of printing to standard error. That is the difference. Okay, okay. So everything is the same. Page. Okay, now it's the painful part. I think that after this we're done. You know, my bugs aside, like programming errors aside, this is the last thing that needs to be fixed. Oof. Okay, let's see how many invariants I'm going to fail this time. Status union front matter. Okay, where do we set status to front matter? Okay, it's this pipeline. FM is Ziggy front matter meta. Then we have diagnostic. Then we have parse leaky. But this is a parse leaky where we have an opinion about the front matter. So we're gonna need to specify options this time. Okay, let's do this. Front matter meta. This guy is a goner. Diagnostic becomes meta. Dot init. Page arena full source meta and then options. And I think in the options, const ops gonna be Ziggy deserializer dot options. Okay, so copy strings. Copy strings, I think we did not touch. So to unescape, I guess it's fine as a default, I think. I don't think we are deallocating the original string. So copy to deserialize is okay. The limiter, there we go. What's our delimiter? Our delimiter is going to be dashes. Okay. Missing front matter, open front matter. Let's see if we support this stuff still, or how this stuff has changed. Let's see. For all the following cases, tokenization will begin at the provided offset and will continue until the specified delimiter is encountered. So, if I remember correctly, yeah, we changed this in the sense that we do not recognize the opening dashes. We expect you from the outside to have skipped past the first opening dashes. Oof. The starting offset must be set to after the opening delimiter, which might or might not be the same as the closing delimiter. And since it's up to you to parse it, it makes no difference. The Ziggy tokenizer will start tokenizing from this position, and you won't need to adjust any offset / line count in error messages. This means that it's up to you to ensure that the opening delimiter is present before start passing the Ziggy document. It also means that you will have to handle empty files. Dashes are normally the front matter delimiter of Markdown and SuperMD documents. Fuck. So that means that we need to do some like pre-parsing work essentially. Where do we provide the starting point? Oh, it's Dashes has a payload. Dashes has a payload. I guess we can call it Ziggy start. Okay, in here, I guess we can just do index of. Index of U8. What's the source? Full source. And then Ziggy start index of full source. And then triple dash. And then if we don't find it, then it's like an empty page. So where is the case where we see that the page is empty? I guess this is here where we're doing it. But more than that, I would do it this way. Maybe we consider a page empty if it doesn't have this. No, I think, you know what? I think an empty page up here is good. And then down here, we just complain if we don't find it. So, or else. This is where we cannot, like, this is a missing front matter error. So this is what we want to do. We're going to have to fix like FM that doesn't exist anymore. So this is missing front matter. Then if we have a Ziggy start, that's what we pass down and we call parse leaky. We need to see what happens when it fails. Like we need to detect how it fails because I think, so out of memory, fine, that's one thing. This doesn't exist anymore, although this also was the open front matter case, which this will have to return to us. And then there's like, generic syntax error. Okay. Let's read what happens if there's like, how do we deal with this stuff? This is in meta. This is explained in meta. Metadata relative to the deserialization process. All the data in this step will be filled out by the deserialization function depending on the outcome and deserialization options provided. Different sections will be defined, leaving others set to undefined. Make sure to learn which section is populated under which conditions. Error location. On deserialization, error contains the location where the error happened. On deserialization error, when the error is missing field, contains the name of the first missing field encountered, points at static memory, set to undefined otherwise. On deserialization success, when the delimiter is not known, it's not none, set to undefined otherwise. Okay, so we are essentially looking for ideally a missing token error, right? Where is it? Missing field, unknown field. No, there's no missing token. So we're expecting, so for a failure, so for a like open front matter, we expect a unexpected token EOF. Like we're expecting to find triple dashes, but then we found EOF. I think we can see this in the deserialization function, right? Deserialize leaky. Yeah, deserializes one. Then it looks at the last thing. Yeah, it's unexpected token if we're missing the last thing. Frankly, we could make this a dedicated error message, like a dedicated error code. Missing the limiter. So here we can do that. Okay. I think this is a good change. And yeah, missing the limiter. Frankly, we don't even need the AST for a missing the limiter error. Does the AST accept also the limiter options? It does. Oh, this is interesting. So we expect this guy to tell us. Never this guy. I think it's fine. Okay. So missing the limiter is essentially open front matter. So we do this for now, at least, as we're trying to adjust the code. This is gone, and this is essentially the else case. So something went wrong, but it's none of those errors above. And then there's the case where the print was fine. And here we're doing fm.offset. Are we saving fm.offset anywhere? No. We're calling supremd on full source, and this is going to be meta.doc. Number of new lines encountered while deserializing the Ziggy document. This value is useful to compensate for the missing lines. If you then need to report parsing errors in the outer document and uh, must exclude. Wait, what? What did I write? This value is useful to compensate for the missing lines if you need to report parsing errors in the outer document and must exclude. I don't know. Byte offset where the Ziggy document ends does not include the end delimiter. Interesting. Why do we not include the end delimiter? I guess it's fine that way. So we want to find the triple dash after that index. Then we add the index back to know where to start from. Yeah, bit weird, but okay. Okay, so this is gonna be const smd source or smd start. Index of full source starting from meta.doc dot something else dot end plus 3 bytes, actually dot question mark, plus 3 bytes for, well, plus dot len, plus meta.end. A bit weird, but that's how it is. Not including the triple dashes is kind of dumb in my opinion. Why did I do that? Is the doc comment out of sync with the reality of what I do here? I guess it's because who is supposed to, I guess what I'm doing is essentially making sure that the outer document is in charge of the delimiters. I consider the delimiters part of their language, not mine in a sense. Let me double check that I'm just not horribly out of sync. No, we just return result. We do not give a flying fuck about this. Oh, no, wait a second. Wait a second. Never mind. No. This does include, wait a second. This does include this. Okay, so I was not insane. It does include the end delimiter. It does include the end delimiter, I think. I'm gonna keep this commented out in case, just in case. So we start from that. Although maybe we might want to move forward to the new line. We might have an off by 1 error based on new line shit. But we'll see. We'll see. Also, we need to keep around information about the new lines that we've seen up until now. Man. Okay. Okay, now it's time to replace FM with something else. It's from no, it's status that we need to replace. I think status. Oh, parse status. Empty if file is empty. Where are we doing this? Status empty. Yes. Okay, so status is what matters actually. Yeah, status really is what matters. FM should be replaced by yeah, totally by something else. FM should be replaced by or we can keep calling it FM, but then we make the struct and it contains lines, Ziggy lines, Ziggy end. That's kind of it actually. That's kind of what you want to put in there. Front matter framing error. FM will contain info. Will it? Will it now? Ziggy parsing error. Note that the diagnostic has its path field set to null, and it's the duty of the code that prints errors to reify a path string to give to diagnostic. Oh, that is not a problem anymore. This bad boy doesn't remember a path anymore. We put a meta in there. We have to put a meta in here. And frankly, this and this are the same thing right now for me. Or not, because I could make this myself. Wait, is this what it should be when we fail to find the opening triple dashes? Status front matter. Yes. This is the framing error. Okay. This is like missing front matter. Okay. From matter error. Um, well, okay, the thing is that now this is on us. So no, FM will not contain info. We can put this information in here. What do we need? What do we need here? Also, well, I don't even think we need a payload at this point. Like, where's the front matter? I guess maybe we want an offset. Front matter framing error contains the offset. Contains the offset where the first non-delimiter non-white space was found. I guess. I think we can do better. We can this could be like no front matter. Missing front matter contains the offset where the first non-delimiter non-white space data was found. Character. Then Ziggy parsing error. This node stuff is not important anymore. We might need more context here, including the error code. Because we needed it also elsewhere. And then parsed. Okay, let's make this better. So let's do the empty file detection better. Instead of full source.len, I think we can trim it. Values to strip. White space. And if trim.len, frankly, we could put this inside here, but it's fine. If trim.len is 0, status is empty. Otherwise, search for the opening dashes, can't find them. That's a missing front matter. But for the missing front matter, so FM is not a thing. This is a status thing. So this is no front matter. We need to find the first non empty character. How do we do this? I guess we can trim left and then subtract the difference. Something like full source.len minus std.mem.trim left. White space. And then all of this needs to be int casted. That works for me. We could avoid also the double trim left. If I did this in 2 phases, let's do trim left. We do trim left. Then here we do trim right of trim left. So if std mem trim right of trimmed left. So this is kind of seems silly, but we can reuse the thing from above without having to do it twice. That makes us save computational power, space. It's just good for the soul. So this is missing front matter. Okay. So far so good. No FM. Is there an FM instance in here that we can nuke maybe? Give me that FM. I'm gonna nuke it. No FM. Okay. So then here we need to deal with these error cases, and then I think life goes on mostly. I think wait, did I leave FM alive somehow? I did. Oh, I did leave it alive, so FM is a thing. And yeah, we can leave it undefined, I guess. So here stays undefined, here stays undefined. I think here also should stay undefined. And I think also here should stay undefined. Okay. So missing the limiter, as I was saying, I think for us missing the limiter is now another form. Hello, Quint. I think missing the limiter is another form of just a generic syntax error in the front matter for us. I don't think we need to special case this, which actually it's making me really wonder if it really deserves its own special code. Now that I think about it, you know what? I might revert this change in Ziggy then, if it turns out that this is not necessary. Status Ziggy diag. No, status Ziggy. What is it? Status Ziggy is code and meta. Code equals error. We have error, right? Yeah. Meta equals meta. We copy meta. We should save also options. No. That might not be a bad idea. Okay. Because that's also going to be useful. I don't know if there's anything else that we'll want to save, but for now it seems not. So, so this seems fine. Huh. Okay, this seems fine. And then this is the success case, where we do need to put something in FM. Ziggy end. I mean, frankly, this might very well be just meta.doc. Unfortunately, we don't have a type for this. I could split this into its own type. Yeah, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, so that means that we can go in here. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna call it doc. Available if status is different than empty? No. Available if status equals parsed. So we can do it like this. Okay. Doc is meta.doc. That's it. Period. Okay. So so far so good. What else are we missing? I guess we can take a look at the next programming error, right? Page has a dynamic value somewhere. Oh no. It says Ziggy.dynamic. Has no member named doc. That is fair. You son of a bitch. Uh, some of my dependencies are depending on different versions of Ziggy. That is the problem. Okay, let's do it this way. Well, some of my dependencies, that's Super MD. It's the only one. There we go. I expected two arguments found one. Oh shit. No. TC time zone. I guess that's a Zeit UTC, right? I think it's something like this. no field name source in union site instance source. Well, shit. Where did I update site most recently? It was in Super HTML probably, right? Okay, what's an instance source? Oh no, wait. This had the upgrade guide in it. I remember now. Thank you. This had the upgrade guide in it. Oh, just straight up Unix timestamp. There we go. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna save this as epoch. Are we happy now? Do we have an old site here? Oh, this can't even fail. Oh, that is perfect. Okay, now we're back to our normal stuff. Root source file root has no member named meta in page. Okay, this is starting to get a bit too long. Okay, so now we have other usage sites that are trying to deal with us. With our changes. That sounds fine. Zig diagnostic, root source file learn. There's no diagnostic inside of variant. Of course. What's the problem with trim left? There's no trim left. Wait, am I smoking it? What's going on? Was it? Oh, trim start. Okay, and trim end. Right. Comtime int. Oh yeah, dot len. Okay. Expected live U32 found U size. All right. Let's continue. So root 732. Okay, so what are the cases? Empty is unreachable. Okay, no front matter. Does it return the error? It returns the offset. Oh, front matter framing error. Switch error. Well, this can be hard coded. This can be commented out. This can be commented out. If build mode memory, I guess we want to do the same thing. Then there's Ziggy, which now has to deal with printing Ziggy from Ziggy parsing errors, which we can do. Then there's layout, although that's a different story. Yeah, that's other stuff. Okay. So Ziggy. By the way, we should not forget. Right now, we are not doing dates correctly. We need to sneak in um, date analysis at the right place. So Ziggy, okay, if not parse errors, parse errors. Ziggy doesn't contain a diagnostic, but it contains. Maybe we should just call it error R. Also, why was it mutable? There's nothing we want to mutate for real. I think it was a limitation of the old crappy stuff. Oh no, this is why it was mutable. Okay, that's not a problem anymore, friendo. So path we can compute entirely on our own. We don't need any help from this, which is good. But we don't need to do this either. But we need to do meta dot report errors fmt, and now arena. Ah, fuck, I keep forgetting. Options path. Full source, and then the error. The error code. And here we want to do the same thing. Why is the dot not included? Stupid grammar, man. There we go. Okay, how are we doing now? Parse 573 753. 753? Oh. Oh. Right. Where is the count? Where is the line count? Where is the line count? Well, we can compute it ourselves here. std mem dot count scalar. Yes. Count scalar u8 list is the source. Where is the source, good sir? Well, I don't know where the source is, but it's going to be source, and then we have the offset, right? So it's going to be 0 dot offset, and the element is going to be a new line. We need to just figure out where the source is. P dot P dot not scan, P dot parse, full source. Boom. Here's your number of lines. And apparently there's a few of those. Oh, no, no. There's at least one right up below because of this. So we can do this. Okay, so now we have errors invariant, expected type, blah, 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 found any error. Right, there should not be any error. I typed it bad. Okay, so more stuff in root, and then we still have this stuff up here. Oof. Okay, let's go back to root. Root 903. Print supermd errors. Oh yeah, there is lines in there. I think we might want to just inflate that number. No, we don't need to actually. We definitely do not need to. So if the EST has errors, print supermd errors, fm.line. So this is doc, and I think doc has lines. Yeah. Well, we'll see how that goes. And don't tell me there's something down below or something. No. Where is it? 903. Oh. I think we should rename this to Ziggy Doc. Okay, what's your problem? Ziggy is the init. What is happening? Field variants, pages, items, status is different than parse, continue. FM errors is analysis dot front matter. Valid if parse active equals true and parse status equals parsed. Why am I building a Ziggy AST? What the fuck is going on here? FM errors. I'm so confused. Why am I doing this? I guess the question is, where are we using AST? here. Error.location full source AST. Do you use Helix key bindings? Yes, I do. Front matter analysis error. Front matter analysis error. Why is it go to definition sending me into a weird place? We're still inside of page. Ourself. Okay, front matter. Okay, so here we are validating. We're doing some validation of. No, we're printing. Oh, wait. We're printing errors, and here we are producing errors. And this one says Zig AST. But what do you do with a Zig AST? You look at nodes. Oh, shit. Wow. Whew, this whole thing is going to be. This is brittle, my boy. Why did you write this? Oh, who knows? I guess it seemed a good idea at the time. I think I wanted good error messages, and so I did this. I mean, what are you supposed to do otherwise? Maybe this is a. Actually, I think this is a case for having deserialization validation support, which gets reported elsewhere. Yeah, that would save me from this. I think. Actually, not necessarily because I don't know precisely what these guys are, but huh, it is truly something worth thinking about as a curious use case. Okay, so this guy is depending. This guy is snooping into the Ziggy AST a lot, and that is not cool because it's um I don't know. Maybe these things match. Maybe they don't. Braceless struct field. I don't think that alternative can be a braceless struct ever. I don't know why I put this here. That should also be unreachable, I think. In any case, okay, now we have an idea why this madness is happening. That's fine. So let's I don't know, let's build this damn AST. What can I say? What can I say? Arena, full source, false, true, null. Huh. I wonder what this stuff was. Options is just the limiter. GPA source delimiter. GPA source and delimiter. Oh no, don't tell me that it's the same deal with the limiter being yeah. I'm kind of thinking that maybe either parse or one of these guys should keep this information around. So instead of a page, where would be a good place to write where this stuff begins? Ziggy parsing error. So this is stuff that we care about starting from analysis. So here we have Ziggy doc. We can have Ziggy start. Mm-mm. Which is from here. Which technically we could even have here. Why do you need that limiter in the ASD? Does the ASD work as the parser as well? So what is happening here is that the way I've designed Ziggy, when Ziggy is embedded in an outer document, like a markdown file where you have front matter delimiters, I designed it so that when you're parsing the front matter, so the way it works is that first you're kind of, on the outer layer, you're a super markdown or a markdown file. And then there's a front matter delimiter, and then there's the Ziggy document. So what I'm saying is that you are supposed to use Ziggy correctly in that context. You are supposed to find where the opening triple dashes are, which is not given to you by Ziggy. This is the external document that needs the parser that needs to be that needs to be doing that. You find out where these opening tags are. You give the Ziggy parser an index to the byte right after where these three dashes are. Ziggy will parse the Ziggy document, including the closing triple dashes, and then return you some information. So here, this is a place where I'm parsing the Ziggy document, and so I first need to provide it with the information where to start. But this is not the first place where I'm doing this, because the first time that I did this was when parsing the page originally. Um, here I'm doing extra work to report an error. More precisely, the first time that I parsed the page, I was more precisely deserializing it. I was using a function that takes the original bytes, does not build an AST, but instead immediately deserializes the document into my target type, into page. While here in this case, I'm building an AST because I want to keep around line and column information of where the tokens are so that the error can show you where the problem is in the code. Because the deserializer approach, like once you deserialize something into a page, keep in mind here I'm reporting semantic errors. So the deserialization process has succeeded, but then after a while, we figure out that the value was not good. For example, a path was supposed to be a path, but it's not a path. It's not a valid path. So we want to report that error, but we also want to be able to point in the original source where that error comes from. So this is why I'm essentially parsing the same document twice, because the first time I'm not parsing it, I'm deserializing it, no AST, no tracking of where the values were in the original file. While the second time I am doing that. That's the idea. So, I don't know. Is this the right approach? Sometimes it is. Is this the right approach in this case? I don't know. Frankly, I'm not 100% convinced. But I'm first trying to upgrade to a new version of Ziggy, and then I'm happy to rethink the specific ways I'm doing things at the second time. I don't want to, to do too many things all at once, because then everything breaks and you have no idea if it's because you fucked up the upgrade or you fucked up the changes that were really not strictly part of the upgrade. So that would be the idea. Extracted type tokenizer.delimiter found U32. Yeah, you're right. No field error on named line in tokenizer token lock. I had a line thing. I had a line. Wait, why don't I have line anymore? I guess I nuked it at some point. Holy shit, I did have line. Why did I get rid of it? I mean, I can reinstate it. Also, I was calling this stuff code. Cringe. Okay, so now we're happy. No name FN. Indeed. 1041. Is it 1041? Yeah, it was. Zig Livecoding. Okay, so this page doesn't seem to have any more errors for us, at least for now. So context root. Okay, dynamic dict. Okay, we're back to page. Then something in date time. Yeah, we're missing field row. That's fair. And then variant has some more diagnostic. Okay, this is does not seem to be going too bad. No field named struct in AST node tag. Indeed. I think this is now struct vertical, struct horizontal, and then struct fix up. Well, let's start from the bottom. Let's start with page. So let's go with this. Let's see. Root source file. Root has no member named parse leaky. That is fair. A struct fix up is a struct that has like it's when you have a dict and then you put a dot in front of it and that becomes like a struct on the outside, but inside it's still a dictionary with like string keys and colon instead of dot identifier and then equal sign. And so that is a node type that tells the auto formatter to switch the type of the style of fields inside of it, something like that. um Expected type U32 found use size, yeah, 2427. Expected type U32 found use size again. Yeah. $207. Struct v fix up. Oh, there we go. Struct v fix up we don't care about because it's not a correct document. So we only care about struct h, struct v, and then bracelet struct. But I don't think bracelet struct is even a thing. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Next problem. Identifier node's current first child ID. Oh my god. This is my old cringe AST that I don't know how anymore how it was supposed to work. 214. Okay, let's see what we're doing. We're looking for fields named layout. AST node's current. So current is a struct field. Then we had a child node for that. Who does that anymore? I think we need a convenience method for this. Something like field name equals ast dot field name, and we pass in current. No, don't tell me that it is a node. Why is it a node? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine if it is a node. Current, and then we pass in source, and that gives us the field name. And then we want to return what? The location. I see. This is more like ast.child. This whole the whole old way of doing things is complete ass, man. Complete and absolute pure ass. Okay, so let's go invent field name. Oh, I don't have any of these. Are you joking? Oh, I only made them for schema. Yeah, also, where's this iterator and FMT? I think iterator and FMT should be up top. Init the init, iterator, FMT, yeah, and pub function field name. Star const ast. Um, node index. And that should give you a lock. So that way we don't even need source. So if we return the problem is, man, the location would be good, but if we return the location, um, then we cannot do the skipping for you trivially. Um, of the starting character, I mean. Um, yeah, there's just no way. We have to do it for convenience. Alternatively, we could return both, but we'll see if we need that. So this is field name. So this now works. The problem is this, and the fact that we're looping by changing node. Also, why do we think that it's a good idea to start from AST on nodes 3? What is going on here? Why do we think that the third node, so 0 is the root node? What the fuck are the other nodes? We're saying that node 2 is the struct. I don't know what's going on here anymore. I'm trying to adapt the code, but the whole logic it seems so alien to me. I guess there was an assumption here that you could make in the past that it's just not there anymore. Like, what the fuck is this? Really, what the fuck is this? Holy shit. Okay. Frankly, I'm tempted to short circuit this to just returning location 00 every single time for now and then fix this after the fact. You know what? Like this. And then we'll figure out what the fuck is going on down there at another point in time. That sounds good to me. Daytime. What is wrong in there? Line 54. Init now. Yeah. So what do? We make a row optional. We make it null in that case. What do you think about that? Root source file struct root has no member name diagnostic. Okay, so we now have this variant stuff, and then deserializer is freaking out because context type page Ziggy options must be of type Ziggy options. Oh no, who is not doing it? Who's breaking the rules? We're not breaking the rules. Who is breaking the rules? Super MD stuff has Ziggy in it. What? Why would anything that has anything to do with Super MD care about being Ziggy serializable. What the heck? 96. That must be truly vestigial. Oh, no, it's not vestigial. Although that error message was weird. Context 151. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, no, this is in Zine. Ziggy dynamic value is a Ziggy dynamic. A Ziggy map is a dynamic map. Dict. Okay, now we're getting more errors. Well, I think it's time for me to stop here, unfortunately, as fun as this is. So it's yeah, it's just a bunch more of things that need to be updated and change names a little bit and change the error reporting from diagnostic to something better. None of it seems particularly terrible. The hardest part, I think, was making sure that we didn't fuck up the life cycle of managing pages, which I might still have messed up. I cannot know for sure because I'm unable to run that part. But I think that once we get there, it's not going to be too bad. And so right now, the pile of to dos, you know what? I'm going to write it down so that I don't forget. Right now, our to do pile um, is date time uh, parsing, then page error location commented out. The date stuff, the error location commented out. I think these are the only two to dos that we left behind. Error location fixing in Discord later, maybe. Yeah, I have to go out for dinner now, but yeah, I'm gonna back. I don't know if I will jump into Discord, maybe, but yeah, it's just a matter of updating this stuff. Hopefully, I don't have any other insane idea left behind. Have you heard of Modus Flow? No, what's Modus Flow? Is this like a lick my balls joke? Oh no, okay. This is actually I have a tab open with what I believe is the YouTube video for about this. The name didn't match, but yeah, I have a tab with this open. Yeah, I'm planning. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. So yeah, I plan to take a look at that video. Yeah. Well, everybody, I hope you had a good time, and I think I will see you all